That's weird. Oh, my chat is bugged. There we go. It's because my chat was bugged out. It wasn't showing properly. Yeah. What's its name? Humankind's okay. I feel like it definitely has some shallowness to it though. Yeah, we climbing. Grandmasters is 370 LP by now. About. Ash, your mic is muted. No, it's not. I'm just not talking. There's something to talk about right now, so I'm just not talking. I'm just sitting here in queue, guys. Nothing to do. Ash, don't say the N-word today, please. Which N-word do you mean? Do you mean that one? This one? Because I don't know what's wrong with this one right here. Look. What's wrong with that, guys? Oh, you're right. I do have humankind hashtags on. I have an idea. Well, what do we got? Who are you picking? Who are we picking? I'll be honest, I think I need to go Tom Kench. Cho'Gath can kind of tank AATROX indefinitely, and if we're gonna go with mostly physical damage, that'll be bad. Do 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 do. Yeah, well, I mean, I think a lot of you guys, as boring as you say Tom Kench is to watch, sometimes it's just like, often, especially if I have a physical damage jungler and they're doing something like Cho'Gath top, I can't really, yeah. If I go if I go AATROX and I don't smash him in lane, it's not gonna go so well. In fact, I would say it would go poorly. Poorly, in fact.
Let us peruse this establishment's fare.
Okay, so we're up against Cho'Gath and Diana. See, this is what I was talking about. Is because I'm against Cho'Gath and Diana, I can go double MR while playing a tank. And because I also have counter pick, it means I get to bully him while there's not a whole lot they can do to stop me from bullying them, you know? I have changed the thumbnail of the stream, my friend. It is changed.
All creation is born, famished, and starving.
Minions have spawned.
You know, it's great music, but it's not really filling me with the drive. Know what I mean? Here we go.
Nothing escapes hunger.
Actually, I don't even. We're gonna go to Tom Kench's theme.
Personally, I hunger for things less literal. I refuse to succumb to culinary degradation. Gluttony is impossible.
Interesting. Oh my god.
First blood.
How delectable. Disobey's moment.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, fuck me. You're actually not gonna be able to run her down, huh?
Crazier than a mouse in moonshine.
Has been slain.
Damn. That's not great.
All shall drown.
It always kind of is funny to me when you end a fight with Tom Kench at higher health than you began it with. He doesn't even heal that much, so I'm not sure why it happens all the time, you know?
Now we shall gluttonize.
Enemy killing spree.
Everyone ends downriver eventually. Mine! Something to nip it all. Collateral damage. To covet is to starve.
I literally explained why I wasn't picking AATROX at the beginning of the game, so I don't know if you don't believe me or something, but
An enticing culinary prospect. You have succeeded only in ruffling my attire. A beast awaits.
An enemy has been slain.
True appetite never wanes.
An ally has been slain.
No true hunger can be abated. I have tastes that aren't easily pacified.
I mean, they tried to make Diana do last burst, and then they kind of just went, nah, fuck it, never mind.
Their despair is the seasoning.
I mean, that was actually the point of the rework, was to turn her into a bruiser. And they kind of just said, eh, never mind. Let's get my no magic mantle. That's a mantle that nullifies magic. I'm not really sure what the fuck that even means or what it is, but, you know.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Misery has a delectable
Does
taste.
Q healing apply to minions? No. If it did, you would see a lot more complaints. Because that would be pretty broken. It would just be Q spamming to heal on minions. Yeah, it would be difficult to deal with, I feel.
Another snack. My diet is expansively unique. A bargain is due.
An enemy has been slain.
You can't run. Tom Kench is gonna come.
The world's a river, and I'm its king.
There's nowhere to go. Before you run from Tom Kench, understand that it was already done.
Attempt the flavor is what I
Has destroyed a turret. Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain.
How strong is Cho'Gath supposed to be in the lore?
graciously and overindulge.
An enemy is unstoppable. Rampage. Double kill.
My constitution is unflammable. The sin is to deny Was that an attack?
Slain an enemy.
Let's do this for real.
No suffering. My banquet is born.
Destroyed a turret.
Oh, come on! I was fucking pressing the E key!
Has been slain.
Creation is born, famished, and
I don't know what I want to build.
An enemy has been slain.
nothing escapes hunger.
An enemy has been slain. Dominating. has destroyed a turret.
I will consume all.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
I refuse to succumb to culinary degradation.
Turret plating will soon.
Man, if you actually listen to it, that tongue sound effect is really annoying. Okay.
Start healing. Focus.
Focused.
Not as annoying as Nep Nep Nep. And we could compare that if you like. Tell you what, guys, let's compare Nep 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 to Tom Crunch's song. Okay, so here's Nep Nep Nep. And here's Tom Crunch's tongue.
Shut down.
My constitution is on fire.
Okay, that's Tom Kench's tongue.
Now we shall.
And here's Nep Nep Nep. And now here's Tom Kench's tongue.
Yummy.
Never falter.
I like how I've repeatedly told you guys I chose it deliberately to annoy everyone with, and you guys are still like, but I love it.
Savor the misery. Was that an attack or an hors d'oeuvre? Everyone is down. You have succeeded only in rough.
Never falter.
An ally has been slain.
Is to start.
Quadra kill. Ace.
I guess their team's just gonna attack me until the game's over. Annoying, but, you know, to be expected.
I shall return to this establishment shortly. No true hunger can be appeased. 'Cause 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 ' have tastes that aren't easily pacified.
Shut down.
I must sample this buffet. We all gourmandize from time to time.
Focus.
Misery has a delectable taste. Constitution is unflappable. My diet is expansively unique. All the world's a river, and I am its king. A depth of flavor is what I covet.
Lock Leon on.
Oh, fuck me.
Enemy has
Lock Leon on.
Who is killing me? Mostly Samira, yeah.
Peace.
It would be so easy for us to just run their team down, and it's kind of funny that we can't do that.
Let us eat voraciously and overindulge. Anything of depth is deceitful.
pretty easy.
From suffering, I've made what is born.
I'm gonna TP because I'm kind of like. Yeah. I haven't even used my anathemas yet. Should I?
All creation is wrong.
Well, I need to mark Samira, but she's, you know, dead.
Focus. Latvian only.
I refuse to succumb to culinary degradation.
Yep.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
Well then, that was a game. Do 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 do. Wait, Angry Video Game Nerd movie is actually a movie? I thought that was a joke. Wait, dead ass? Huh. I hope you have a nice day, Francis Paulo Zepeda. As a new useless anathemas? Well, only because Samira kept running up and dying. If she wasn't dying all the time, I could have put it on her. Guess I could have put it on her when I was running in, but... What's the budget for that movie? I don't know. I've never seen it myself. I saw it on YouTube and I was like, wait, that's actually a movie? Why did the icebox, the Mundo changes promised on patch 11.16? I'm gonna be straight honest. I didn't know there were Mundo changes promised for patch 11.16. So, I don't know. You guys just keep saying Nep in chat. I don't get you guys. I don't get you. Are they just buffing Mundo for jungle? Were they? I literally don't know. Normally I remember this shit, but like you guys saying this stuff is making me go, wait, what? I'm sitting here like, I don't know. I don't know. Ah, trundle my counter noise. Is he? Huh. I feel like some of you guys really like Nep and some of you guys really don't want it. And I feel like then there's some of you who just, you know what? You just want to see the people who don't like it suffer. Know what I mean? So what do we got? We're 74 LP, not bad, not bad. Oh boy. Klong top. Wait, are you talking about... Yeah, he's talking about changes that didn't happen. So I wouldn't have read a patch note on them because they didn't happen. That's what he's saying. He's saying there were changes that apparently they promised and didn't go through with, so I wouldn't have read a patch note on them. What do you think about the new GP mini rework? Yeah, I mean, it's a mini rework. I don't know what else to say. That's about it. And, you know.
I shall regard their cries as braying steeds waiting to be whipped, broken, and bridled.
We'll see, but here's my actual opinion. If you want me to be blunt, I don't think Gangplank's barrels are really that exciting and don't really have that much fun gameplay. So by making him weak enough in the late game where you can kind of just shoot the barrels or ignore him or whatever, I feel like that actually makes him more fun in a way. Because there's not actually that much gameplay with the barrels. A lot of people seem to think these barrels are like some like unique, amazing, just fucking awesome mechanic, and they're really not. In fact, they're really lame.
Minions
Have you ever actually fought a good Gangplank in the late game?
Hum of insects of dust.
They just throw down a barrel far away from you. Throw down a barrel. Okay. They throw down a barrel far away from you, throw down a barrel next to you, and then shoot the barrel far away from you. And that's all they do if you're a melee champion. And it's pretty fucking lame. It's really not that entertaining to fight. I don't know why so many people think it's like this crazy gameplay.
He will call me a god killer.
Oh my god.
An ally has been slain.
You would leave because you died once? The fuck happened to the League player base? When you guys unironically say things like, oh, if I died once, I'd leave the game. I'm sitting here like, you would? I'm practically just not even last hitting here, but not much I can do about it. To be fair, that actually worked out really well in my favor because it held the wave, and he was thinking I was trying to try to kill him, so he didn't do anything about it. See, this is what's so fucking disgusting about junglers. Till the end of time, it will be disgusting that junglers can get levels so early in the game and then just sit on a lane and wait for anything to happen. Ah. I thought we kind of had him. Nunu was coming, and Nivea was coming, and I was like, alright, I just gotta lock him up here for like 2 seconds.
I will punish them.
Yep, Ignite TP. Everyone just goes Ignite. Flash is kind of becoming a dead summoner. The problem is, if they blow Ignite, you have to blow Flash or you die. So Ignite wastes Flash on half the cooldown. And that's literally it. It literally just wastes it wastes Flash on half the cooldown.
An ally has been slain.
I can smile. Murder while I smile.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I mean, it's just shitty to play when the entire meta right now is basically whoever's jungler comes top wins. Oh, you don't like playing like that? Too fucking bad. Ah, yes. Good gameplay. Literally full health combo without me turning to fight.
For my imprisonment, they will
And you guys wonder why I want to stop playing AATROX and start playing Tom Kench only. You think that's fun to play? You think that's like interesting? Literally just E, Q, R, Q, R, Q, and I'm dead from full. No counterplay. At no point was there anything I could do, and because my jungler didn't punish him for going Ignite, I just die.
Enemy killing spree.
hear this cursed form speak. Snuff out the light. I will make darkness eternal.
Of course, because Wukong can kill me from full HP with Ignite.
Make it bloom.
Like, that's just how it works. You want me to ping? That he went ignite and doesn't have flash? You want me to ping that? Ah.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Your annihilation beckons.
It's not about mobility. In fact, it's the opposite. It's about the fact that anyone can immediately take ignite and AATROX is dead. Like, I honestly just don't think that AATROX can be played in the meta anymore when everyone can go ignite.
Is unstoppable.
So I may split your shoulders from your spine.
Slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Having to rely on my jungler
Will soon
so that they can't just spam all in threatening to ignite if I ever fight back doesn't lead to very fun gameplay. Huh.
your turret has been destroyed.
Falls into my home.
Huh.
Ally has been slain.
Just back off. I'm literally here just to block. I'm body blocking.
They deserve only death.
I mean, losing to significantly weaker players because they just go ignite and spam all in and my jungler doesn't punish it isn't really fun. It's really not that fun. In fact, I would say it's actively unfun. Knowing that these people just literally can't do anything other than spam all in with ignite. Did I really get ignited on that one? Okay. I mean, everyone going Divine Sunderer, everyone going Ignite, it's just old. How did that work out for them? That's what I'm saying. Having to play significantly better than people. Like, look at that Wukong. He ate a full combo, ate a second combo, ended up 200 HP. EQ, RQ, RQ, dead from full. No counterplay because he just ignited it. And that's that. We definitely need a Nivea if we're gonna win these. Okay. I mean, if I want to rank up, realistically, I have to just stop playing AATROX at this point. The meta is so fucking anti-AATROX. Half the time, I'm literally just coin flipping on bot lane. There's nothing I can do to win my own lane. That's half of what makes this shit so unfun, is half the time, there's literally just nothing I can do to win my own lane. And I just have to coin flip and hope I get the better bot lane. And that's it. That's like I can't beat Ignite Wukong. As you guys have seen, even if the dude ends up 200 HP, Ignite, EQ, RQ, RQ, dead from full. No counterplay. Until they nerf Ignite, I don't think it's going to change very much. And if you want me to be blunt, if you want me to honestly be as blunt as possible, I think even if they nerfed Ignite at this point, it wouldn't really change anything. I think this is one of those situations where cat's out of the bag and people know, they understand that playing without Ignite is now losing. That's just how the game is right now. Because if you ignite your opponent, they're forced to flash away. So all you need to do to automatically win the game, all you need to do is go ignite, run at your opponent, first ignite forces flash, and you get lane control. And then from there, you just sort of win. I think you're a bit exaggerating. No, I'm not. Do you realize the current trend is that nearly here, let me show you. So the number one pick top laner, Masters Plus, is Camille. She currently has a 51% pick rate with Ignite. Set, he doesn't go Ignite. Fiora doesn't go Ignite. Jace doesn't go Ignite. Irelia, what's Irelia at? Oh, wrong thing. Irelia is up to 5% Ignite. Hold up here. You don't. Let's see. Riven is at, combine these two, 35% Ignite. Jax is at 21% Ignite. Renekton. Okay, Renekton's at 5% Ignite. Tom Kench. Does Tom Kench go Ignite? Oh, I think he does now. Yeah, Tom Kench is up to 19% Ignite. The current trend at the high ranks is towards going Ignite on basically anyone that doesn't need Flash. And the problem is that unless your champion wins trades so unbelievably hard that they can just hard brute win them through Ignite, unless your champion can do that, you're not really playable right now. Give it a patch or two, and AATROX will be out of the top 10. That doesn't sound too bad, other than Camille. The fact that half the champions in the top 10 pick rate are now swapping over to Ignite slowly but surely. You don't think that has an issue? You don't think there's an issue when everyone is just slowly being like, maybe I should be using Ignite right now. not even about abusing broken champions. It's just that, like, you can't climb with AATROX because he just, anyone at all can pick up Ignite, and that's the end of AATROX. And so you can't win your lane anymore. That's a huge fucking issue. I can't really... think of many other champions who just have to straight up, like, just walk the fuck away and be like, that's it. Better bot lane wins. Not because they do anything bad, but just they look in their opponent's inventory, see the Ignite, and they're like, oh, that's it. Can't win anymore. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Dear God. Even AATROX is up to 7% pick rate on Ignite. Oh, I was wrong. Actually, Set is up to 9% pick rate on Ignite. This shit isn't normal. It's not normal that people are dropping Flash because Ignite is just stomping on it so fucking hard that it's become unviable to try to pick Flash in top lane. Long queues, man. Yeah, I mean, they've just shoved so much shit into Ignite over League's history that a lot of people are just finally starting to figure out that, like, wait, if you can force Flash out with Ignite and it has half the cooldown, that's kind of a big win. What would you do to fix top lane? I mean, they could start by just slamming the fuck out of Ignite into the ground. Honest to God, I'm not sure that Ignite improves the game. Does there really need to be summoner spells that go aggressive? Maybe it could be annoying if everyone was using defensive summoners, but aggressive summoners on everyone, it just, like, what little chance you have to survive in this hyper damage environment just go down the drain when you have shit like that. I honestly think you just shit on Ignite. Like, that's my actual opinion. I think you just take a shit on Ignite, push it into the ground, and don't let it recover, and go from there. Look, even if you don't like it, Flash is extremely powerful with a long cooldown. And it's aggressive and defensive. Oh, okay, the dodge. Yeah, 11-minute queue. I mean, there's only so much I can talk about. I try. I do my best, guys. I try to keep you guys entertained, but sometimes it's just like, I'm just gonna put on music because, you know, not much to do. No more balloons in queue. I mean, there's only so much balloons I can play too. I mean, I try to do different stuff, but like, goddamn, there's just so much you can't do. You try to do your best. You're, yeah. And, shit, what do I do when I've got a 12-minute queue with multiple dodges? If I didn't, like, what's the right way to put it? If there wasn't a, like, if dodging wasn't so common and I knew queues are going to be long, that would be one thing. Again, I've said this before, but look, if dodges weren't so rampant, then there could be a lot I could do about it. But with dodging being so rampant, I have to be paying attention pretty much non-stop for up to 20 minutes. I can't take a break. I can't go make a sandwich. I mean, you guys remember back in the day, I would just straight up, I would literally go take a shower. I would go get food. I'd literally walk to a store and get food and shit between queues. But nowadays, because you have to sit here and you have to pay attention, you have to watch it the whole time, it just, there's not so much you can do. Because, you know, I can't watch a show, I can't, like, watch a documentary. I can't get something to eat. Yeah, right? I would literally just go make a sandwich Just go fucking put some peanut butter or something on, man. I need a game I can play in queue. I don't know. I need like a queue game or something, but why not play something in queue time? Well, that's the thing too, is a lot of people don't like it when I play things in queue. A lot of people have games that they enjoy, that they like, and if I'm not playing one of those games, they fucking throw a bitch fit and will leave the stream. And there's not much I can do about that either. I could literally track it, and I guarantee doing nothing in queue will keep more viewers than doing anything in queue. I could do anything in queue. I could do the best thing imaginable in queue, and have the most fun. Blah 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 blah. And I promise you that less people will watch. Ooh, what is this? Wait, the chat wasn't working when I was playing Humankind, but now that I'm playing this, it's working? How annoying. You can't please everyone? That's the thing. Pleasing the most people is doing nothing in queue. Runeterra in queue, that worked for a little bit, but eventually it started depleting my numbers pretty bad. It's honestly one of the biggest reasons that I just get so frustrated and get so tired with streaming, and that's why I've been streaming less. And that's why I think honestly people have been watching less. It's just it's not fun anymore, man. It's like honest to God just not fun anymore. Spending 1 billion years in queue just to get counterpicked, just to get ignited, bad junglers, bad teams, dodge, 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 dodge. Hey guys, what do you think the odds are on Trinity having Ignite? I don't know why some Trinimers go Ghost. I've actually had more issues with Ignite than Ghost. Because a lot of times, if they go Ghost, you can still sort of like out all in them, level 1 to 5. But if they go Ignite, He's literally just E onto you, dead from full. Now watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. Does someone dodge? Okay. I was gonna try to show you guys what happens to my viewer count every time there's a dodge. Like, you notice my viewer count is starting to go up again? I can literally, like, I fucking promise you guys, like, look at this shit. I fucking promise you, look at this shit, okay? Look at this right now. Do you see how the game ends and it starts to pick up? Do you see how it starts, like, you see the last dodge and then it picks up, picks up, picks up, picks up. People are, like, joining. They're like, oh, he's actually getting into a game. If there was another dodge, it would be down even lower. It's so, I promise you, it's just so frustrating to deal with because you just fucking can't, man. Yeah, you guys can't keep voting after we're in the game. That's cheating, you motherfuckers. If I find you and I find that you voted, if any of you people voted after the game started and you saw it, if any of you did that, I will find you.
To Summoner's Rift.
I will. I will get you.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
These screams will be like the soothing hum of insects at dusk.
Minions have spawned.
Oops. My bad. Who wins this game? Yes or no? Answer the question. Who wins this game? Yes or no? Answer the question, you bastards. I think, honestly, what I need to start doing is streaming less in League and trying to put more effort into that less time. Because, yeah. I love crits. They are a fun system to deal with.
Your annihilation beckons.
Every time that Riot buffs Tryndamere's early game, I think to myself, yay. It is so fun to deal with Tryndamere early game.
You would fight me? Come, let me show you.
He crit you 5 times? Yes, I know. The strategy to dealing with Tryndamere doesn't really work when he just chain crits everything.
King, I am not a god, I am.
That's kind of one of the issues with his balance. Use bone plating, stand and fight, use your Q chain, you win. Unless he just crits everything.
An enemy has been slain. enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Okay. How many times did Trinamir crit me? At first, when he was like running me down at level 1, just in Ghost, running behind me, critting, I was like, man, that's annoying, but at least it won't continue. And then he ease in, crits, doesn't crit, crits, and I'm just like, yep. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Are they lane swapping?
Snuff out the light. I shall make darkness eternal.
An enemy has been slain.
I beg for death. No, I am its winner.
An enemy has been slain.
Endless skies folding into each other. Where are they now? I can smile and
An
murder what
enemy
I
has been slain.
Sometimes Trinamir players get tripped up like that. It's like they can't decide if you're all-inning or not, and because they can't decide if you're all-inning or not, they can't decide if they should all-in or not, and then they lose too much health through those wacky pokes, and then they need to pop their ult and run.
You have slain an enemy.
This is your destiny!
Double kill.
I was trying to keep my Conqueror up. AATROX is very large AD ratios, but he doesn't proc Conqueror very quickly. So, obviously keeping it up is very difficult for me. Sometimes, and it's embarrassing. But when I can keep it up, everyone has a good time.
So I may split your shoulders from your spine.
An enemy has been slain.
I am not your enemy! I am the enemy! Your death awaits!
What's the best? Yeah, best. What's the best? What's the best mythic item on AATROX? Gore Drinker. You know, the one that everyone goes at every situation because it's the best.
Let them lament my name.
Give all. No, you guys aren't doing it. Ugh. No one backed me up there. It's a bit annoying. Sometimes you just gotta go. You know, like, you could get burst, but you're not gonna die, and if he stops to fight you, we kill him. And so sometimes just, like, kill him, you know?
Rampage.
Courage is my method.
Dominating.
Hear this cursed form sing.
Windstone Renewer, if you buy it on AATROX, it actually does something a lot of people don't know. It keeps healing your enemies because it heals people who you're helping, right? And because you're picking AATROX, you're helping your enemies.
I killed your tribe. Now,
Will soon fall.
Ah, okay.
Shut down.
What's his crit chance? 100%, apparently? The thing that gets me is that every main talks about how shitty their champion is, but I feel like people lump AATROX mains into that and they're like, oh, he's kind of playable at the high ranks. Literally, the only reason AATROX get played at the high ranks, literally the only fucking reason is because he beats Set, and Set's one of the most popular picks. That's it. Like, that's literally it. And now set players are starting to go Ignite into AATROX and, you know. Did I not hit him?
My darkness was not born. It was forged by my prison.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I actually have a really good idea if you want to play Divine Sunder AATROX. What you should do is pick a champion who actually uses Divine Sunder. End of story. That's it. That's literally the entire joke. Stop trying to force it on AATROX. Like, why try to force it on AATROX when you could literally just play a champion who actually uses it and do better? Okay, well this just seems unfair. Okay. I meant unfair for them. Just for anyone watching this.
I will carve your souls!
Destroyed a turret. A summoner has disconnected. Victory!
I mean, I could make that a clip. Not for my stream. And do I even want to? I don't know. I'm not one to boast about myself. Do I have any water? No. Damn, I keep going through my water. Like it's water. I'll be right back. I need to get some water. Okay, so who wins this game? Yes or no? The correct answer was no. You guys voted yes. Kitty. Kitty, where'd you go? Kitty. 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 No, it's not your chair. Kitty. Kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty cat. Kitty just inadvertently spilled ranch on my desk. Technically, she didn't, but she knocked over a thing of ranch, and I picked it up and put it on my desk, and didn't realize that there was still ranch in it. Now there's ranch on my desk. Making this your fault, Kitty. 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 Kitty, 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 kitty. I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna grab you. You're gonna get grabbed. Where are you going? I didn't even pick you up yet. Kitty. Kitty! Kitty! Kitty cat! Kitty! 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 What are you doing? Come here. Kitty. Kitty. catnapped. Oh no, kitty. Oh no, you've been catnapped. No, I got you. Oh, I got you, kitty. I'm gonna be used to those AATROX past 20 minutes. Just try to CC and stay alive. It all depends on the team comps as well. I mean, sometimes you're not gonna do well. Oh my god, kitty got fur all over. It's like, I can feel it. I can feel it on me. Dodge. Sometimes you just can't. I need an in-game queue. What about that one game? You guys know the one. Yeah, that one game. What about that one game? Do. Wait, what? Why is Witchit a global top seller? What the fuck happened in my life? What the fuck is Jump King? You guys seem to get the idea that I play video games. I pretty much only watch YouTube at this point. If Civi 11 hasn't played it, I don't know what the fuck it is.
Previously, we saw the dude heading towards some lodging that was probably going to be pretty bad, which is how all days in Postal 4 have ended. But this time, it was left somewhat ambiguous. Let's see how it goes.
Good morning. It's Thursday. Another cloudy morning. It looks like in the afternoon there may be some blue skies and golden sunshine, but clouds will be with us along the way. Everyone, have a great day.
Aw, shit. All my stuff's gone.
Oh yeah, it's one of those.
Somebody must have snuck in and taken it. I wonder if this has anything to do with the sudden disappearance of Champ, too.
The dude has to find and rescue Champ more than Mario has to rescue Peach, but this time it's not a brewery full of hillbillies, it's a creepy Texas chainsaw house on a mountain that is also full of hillbillies. Okay, I'm still shocked that Running with Scissors, this company, put all of this work and detail into these environments.
Something tells me I ought to keep quiet around here unless I want to attract a lot of unwanted attention.
Ha! That would be weird. Since I have zero inventory, I gotta take what I can get, which includes this toilet hot dog and this pistol.
A shot from this thing would be loud enough to alert anyone in the woods. Maybe I can find a way to hush the blast.
I'm sorry, what game?
I probably shouldn't watch that one. In retrospect. Even Civi has issues keeping Postal monetized. What do we got? Fioraban. What are the best videos to watch? Oh, here we go.
You had one job. Most people have heard of kamikaze. You had one job. Most people have heard of kamikaze pilots, young men who were tasked with crashing their planes into enemy warships. These pilots could, ideally, accurately target important parts of ships and do more damage than a traditional bombing run. Also, it was believed that the display of a kamikaze pilot willingly sacrificing themselves for Japan would demoralize the enemy. Now, the effects of kamikaze attacks are well debated, but something not spoken about is what happened when they failed. What was to become of a kamikaze pilot that either missed or wimped out? So, some background. As of 1944, things weren't exactly going great for Japan, and the only hope of preventing America from defeating them was to destroy or at least cripple their capital ships, most importantly, their aircraft carriers. Simply attacking the ships with conventional means was too costly for Japan. As such, taking young pilots, sticking them into planes loaded with explosives, and then ordering them to fly into critical parts of enemy ships was deemed to be a better strategy. The men chosen for this weren't just some random chaps, but were some of the most gifted pilots in Japan. The training was harsh, but the rations were much better, and culturally, kamikaze pilots were revered. Pilots were expected to reflect on death in their time off to prepare them for their upcoming mission. Yet for some, this preparation and love for Japan wasn't enough to get them to introduce their face to the deck of an American warship. So what happened to failed kamikaze pilots? Well, many were shot down before they even completed their mission or could get there. Some hit the wrong part of the ship or missed completely and fell into the ocean where, providing they survived, they'd be captured and taken to a prisoner of war camp. And before continuing, there's a common misconception that kamikaze pilots were only given half a tank of fuel to ensure they couldn't come back, which isn't true. Also, there were legitimate reasons for a pilot to turn around, and losing a well-trained kamikaze to a malfunction would be a waste. And the entire reason why Japan turned to this strategy in the first place was because their resources, including pilots, were limited. So pilots that turned around because of technical issues or bad weather would face no consequences because it wasn't their fault. Better luck next time, and there was going to be a next time. Those that returned due to less easy to confirm reasons like enemy resistance or the inability to find their target would be chastised. And the number of these cases was alleviated by undertaking kamikaze attacks in groups and also getting the pilots drunk so they wouldn't think too much about the whole dying thing. However, when only one survivor returned, it looked quite suspicious, but remember, kamikaze pilots were valuable resources, and so Japan wanted to utilise every single one of them. Thus, no punishment, back out you go. Now, there was a limit to how often someone could return. For example, there was one pilot that returned 9 times before he was executed for cowardice. For most pilots though, returning from a suicide mission was to an extent expected, and in many cases not something that would get you imprisoned or shot. Like all resources during the Second World War, Japan had to conserve and make the best use of its kamikaze pilots if it were to compete with the industrial might of the United States. And given that a single kamikaze pilot could put an aircraft carrier out of commission for months, they were seen as something not to be wasted. Hence why returning kamikaze pilots weren't often punished. I hope you enjoyed this episode.
Wacky. What the fuck? Where's this ignite at?
AATROX, crush their skulls, shatter their ribs, disembowel their very
30
souls.
seconds until minions spawn.
Our vengeance is at hand.
You'd love to see me go Divine Sunder. It's so solid on AATROX, no doubt about it. But it's shit. So everything you just said is wrong because it's shit. Weird.
Minions have spawned.
For my imprisonment, they will suffer. All will tremble.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected.
Do you see my edge? Your death awaits. The true sound of my birth can only be heard from the loathing incarnation.
The difference between success and failure is adaptation.
Wait, he also... He's also gone Conqueror. I'm straight confused. Does he know how to play?
Patience, AATROX, patience! Your freedom will come!
First blood.
Why is that duration so long?
Have been slain.
If life hasn't changed you, then you have failed. Serve you. Perseverance is the only standard that matters.
Double kill.
What?
What foolish plan bore a woman such as you, Camille? You were a folly crafted by an idiot.
An ally has been slain.
I mean, I'm gonna just bail out.
Darkness in my heart, deeper than any shadow.
I feel like Karma somehow is doing even better, which is weird. It's because you can't really go wrong on Camille. How do you punish a champion who has a 20% health shield? I'll be blunt. You don't. You can't. She's unpunishable.
What a waste.
Killing spree.
Okay.
Is my gift.
An enemy has been
You're level 4 Camille, and I have Ninja Tabby. You do not have the sustained damage to pull that off.
Yield, mortals, so I may split your shoulders from your spine.
has been slain.
Hear this cursed form sing.
And thank you for watching, and thanks to my Patreon supporters whom you can see on screen now. And with an extra special...
Like I've missed a spot.
God damn it.
Nip, 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 nip,
No.
nip, nip.
Why does it just play my fucking music? I'm pressing the play button. There we go.
We had another name once. Now we are darkened.
Would separate.
Okay. Sure. Probably the play button wanted to play every single fucking YouTube tab I had opened before playing the actual goddamn music linked to the play button.
March toward vengeance. Drown this world in blood.
So on the one hand, you have the play that you literally just did that didn't work the last time, except now you're also down a level and you're down even more in gold. On the other hand, you have one of the most broken characters in the game that, had you gone Ignite, probably could have made that work. Yeah. If you ever wondered why, I honestly think he probably like accidentally didn't go Ignite, and now he's just sitting there like, is this a Masters player? I mean, he just probably didn't go Ignite on accident, and now he's getting beat up, but it's not his fault. Had he gone Ignite, he could definitely have played this badly.
My side and the wrong side. Tut tut, a lady dealt perhaps.
Follow me into destruction!
I honestly thought that was still gonna hit.
And sunder the filth of your forms!
An ally has been slain.
Wait, did Renekton flash? Guys, back me up here. Otherwise it's gonna look really bad for me if I can't remember. Okay, I was about to say.
darkness eternal.
I mean, even if Camille's put up her shield, I'm still gonna hit it with my passive. There's literally no point not to, you know?
What a waste. Voting yields the most.
I will have silence.
No, you won't. You're gonna start fucking yelling in 2 seconds, my dude. It's not that Hullbreaker isn't good on AATROX, it's that it's not good. End of story. Can Kled win against Camille top? I mean, yeah, technically, but realistically, all Camille has to do is use her passive to deny Kled's abilities, and then use her E to disengage if he ever tries to go for something.
They will call me a god killer.
Future favors the best.
I saw the crit number. I personally fucking witnessed that crit her.
Let me show you hell. I am the god killer. As long as this form lives, I will punish them. Carnage, my last joy. Come, let me show you darkness.
Huh.
Challenge me, mortals! I am here!
Focus.
That went well.
Destroyed a turret.
I must destroy even hope. Your death awaits!
Okay.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You know what my opinion is? I think they made League so forgiving so that bad players can still get kills, that when you actually play the game correctly, it can start getting really stupid.
I cannot die until all life ends.
Rampage.
I know that sounds a bit elitist, but I don't know. Watching some of these people just make blatant mistakes, just like blatant mistakes, and still win. I'm just sitting here like,
I can smell
Has destroyed a turret.
this is the silence I seek.
okay. Ignite is literally a crutch and nothing more in 99% of matchups. You don't think being able to run into an opponent, make a mistake, and win anyway because you have Ignite advantage is a big deal? You don't think that's kind of like an advantage? To be able to run up and just sort of totally screw up and still win?
No, I would welcome it.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
And you don't think that that's kind of one of the issues with it? That one player can kill one player, but the other player can't kill back? Well, they've got Chempunk Chainsword now, so this game became a lot more difficult for me. There actually is an item that can counter Vayne, but it can only do it once. Guardian Angel. Haha, get it? What about Anathema's chains? I don't think that works the way you think it does. It's kind of the other way around, really. You know, I've been thinking about this the other day. Why do Call of Duty and such get slammed for being linear single-player games that just take you set piece to set piece? When Half-Life literally started that and gets like, oh my god, it was such a new idea, it revolutionized gaming. Just a weird thought.
Take that. Why, thank you.
Right, but Call of Duty also revolutionized gaming. Ooh. The Half-Life is a story game first and a shooter second. Well, I mean... That's the fastest ignites so far. AATROX appears. Fucking Karma just like gasps, accidentally farts and ignite on me.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I'm just saying it's kind of funny to me that Half-Life literally revolutionized the let's make single player games cinematic, right? And let's be honest, as much praise as it got, it also gets shit for that, because after Half-Life, a lot of games did try to do the whole let's reduce gameplay and emphasize non-gameplay. Half-Life also has puzzles like Portal. No one likes them. I think in the modern day, if you go back, most people actually find Half-Life 2 kind of eh. Half-Life 1 still sort of kind of holds up, but I find Half-Life 2 doesn't really get talked about much anymore. Potentially because it ended on a giant cliffhanger. Potentially because the story wasn't as good. It wasn't as revolutionary. Am I still alive? Yeah. I don't know, the more I go back and I think about it, most people enjoyed Half-Life 1 and its plot, but when you really think about it, what the fuck did Half-Life 2 do? For the plot, for the story, what the fuck did it do? It basically didn't do anything, didn't advance the plot at all, and then ended. Guys, evil aliens are invading Earth. Then Half-Life 2 happens. No, different evil aliens are invading Earth. Okay. Finn. Like, what? The more I think about it, the more I realize it must have been really fucking frustrating to be a Half-Life 1 fan when you played Half-Life 2. It's just like, oh, who is the Nihilant? He was like some dude who like escaped the Combine. Oh, what's his story? That doesn't really matter. Well, what's his deal? We don't really give a shit. Where did the Vortigons come from? Oh, they were like slaves or something, or maybe the Combine killed their planet or something. It doesn't really matter. Oh, well, what's their deal? I don't really know. Oh, well, okay. Am I wrong? Am I? Am I wrong? Am I? Am I really? If you went from Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2, you could literally not play any of Half-Life 2 and you would know just as much about Half-Life 1. Am I wrong? Is there anything that's actually explained? Do they go into the G-Man at all? I mean, they make some vague allusions when the Vortigons can, like, restrain him, I guess. And here's what I actually think a lot of people need to know as well. When the one dude posted the story for Half-Life 3, or at the very least Episode 3 that was never done, they were literally gonna retcon the story again. They were literally gonna start where Gordon went into the future again and the Combine were nowhere to be found, and it was gonna be another retcon. Another new enemy group was gonna be there. I'd be interested to know if Half-Life 2's story was even what they originally planned for Half-Life 1. Best as I can figure, the only thing that really seems to point to it is Annihilant's quotes of like, I am the last, and that's basically it. Like, yeah. Oh my god, I don't get to hurt anyone. If we're gonna be blunt, the plot of Half-Life 2 is pretty shit to begin with. Without Half-Life 1, ignore Half-Life 1. What the fuck was even the plot of Half-Life 2? Aliens took over Earth, and now you need to kill them. Okay? What's their motivation? They're evil and mysterious. Okay? So, what's gonna happen? Oh no, they've kidnapped that dude. You gotta go save him from their evil alien prison. Oh. Okay, so now what? Now you need to go fight the evil aliens. Okay, okay. Sorry, what was the plot? What the fuck was the plot? I mean, am I forgetting something? I don't know. I go back and I think about Half-Life 2, and I just think to myself, like, what the fuck did Half-Life 2 do? It was basically a tech demo. I don't know. I go back all the time because, especially, there's so many people talk about it and think about it and blah, blah, blah. Half-Life 1 was the interesting game. Half-Life 1 was the one that did shit. Half-Life 2, what did Half-Life 2 do? Go back and look at Half-Life 1 and compare it to Half-Life 2. Both of them are evil aliens are invading, but Half-Life 1 progresses it in such a different way. I mean, you start with evil aliens are invading, they're teleporting in. Oh, but you don't even know it's like an organized force. That's the thing that makes Half-Life 1 so interesting, is how it happens. First off, aliens are invading, but you're like, oh no, it's aliens from an alien world. And you just think it's like, you know, it's just aliens, right? But then the Vortigaunts are kind of organized, and you think like, oh shit, there's like organized aliens? Okay, so maybe it's not just like wildlife, maybe it's not just like murderous aliens, maybe there's actually like, and then like alien marines start coming in, and then you have the whole questionable ethics section, and then, you know, it scales up, it ramps up, you've got this whole actual thing going, right? And then Half-Life 2, literally what did Half-Life 2 do? That's what I just don't get. Like, that's why I don't think anyone really is going to go back and remake Half-Life 2. Because I think if you went back and remade it, you would actually realize, wait, it's kind of not that good. Yeah, if you want me to be blunt, I feel like the reason they gave up with episode 1 and episode 2 is it really wasn't going anywhere. Episode 1 happened, nothing happened. Episode 2 happened, there was like one plot twist at the end, and that was it. It just wasn't going anywhere. Nothing was happening. It's like, You know, it's like... Yeah, but Half-Life 1 wasn't a character-driven event. It was a plot-driven event. Half-Life 2, like actually sit back and think about Half-Life 2 for a second. You can't tell me that Valve was actually pushing Half-Life 2 and people were like totally buying into it, and then Valve was just like, nah, and they just like ran away with everyone's money and were like, nah. I don't think they were selling well. And I don't think they were doing well. That's my actual opinion. I don't think they were selling well. I don't think the reception was doing too well. I don't think anyone was really paying attention. And sales outside of the orange box, sales and care had to be pretty low. One of my first impressions of Humankind, I kind of got bored. If you want me to be as blunt as possible, I think it's a fine game, but it's not really holding my attention. And yeah. Half-Life 2 was one of the best-selling and most critically acclaimed games of its time. What about Episode 1? What about Episode 2? That's what I'm saying. It could have been doing great, but when you started to put out episodes, episodic content focused on the story, what the fuck was a story? Why did anyone care? Like, do you see what I'm trying to tell you? Do you see what I'm trying to explain to you? Why does anyone care? Do you care?
It is my mouth into which all travels in.
Look, I'm gonna give you guys the best answer you can ever get. The only reason anyone cares about Half-Life's story is they started with a very interesting story, promised to explain it, then never explained it. And one of the reasons I think they never explained it is they realized that having it be a mystery was much more interesting than explaining it, and just ending it left it better. Like,
misery has a delectable taste.
think about Half-Life 1. Half-Life 1 went 6 years without anything being explained. And it was great, and people fucking loved it. You had, like, hints and spoilers and fan theories, and to be honest, I think that's best.
Is to starve.
I think that's the best thing to do, is to not explain it.
Possible.
Look at the Nihilith, right? Like, it's an interesting character, it's a neat character, but
I presume you are the waiter at this establishment.
can you really explain him without making him lamer? Not really. I mean, in fact, when you really break down a lot of the plot and a lot of the story, it's definitely a situation where the not explaining it is more interesting, because like, let's start going into some of the nuts and bolts. Okay, how the fuck did the Nihilith and the Vortigaunts get enough industrial capacity to produce extremely high-end clones of alien super soldiers. Like, where, what? How? Where did that come from?
All creation is born, famished, and starving.
Were they trying to, like, wharf them or something?
First blood.
Every heart has its own hunger.
Did Alex advance the plot? All they did was change... Hold up here. Break it down in your head. And I'm talking really break it down, okay? Really break it down. All they did was change one cliffhanger for another cliffhanger. So after 13 years, instead of the cliffhanger being, oh my god, Eli died, now it's, oh my god, Alex is missing. That's it. That's what they did. That was their only fucking advancement to the plot. Stop and think about it, and you know I'm exactly right. But somehow people like that, and I don't know. It's like, I literally went, and people were like, oh my god, it explains things about the G-Man, and it like advances a story. I'm like, oh, does it? That's cool. And then I went and I looked it up, and I'm like, no, it fucking doesn't.
How droll your attacks are. My constitution is unflappable. The only real sin is to deny a craving. How to consume all.
I really thought I was gonna have to flash on that one.
I am appetite focused.
How are you so tanky? Because if you just spam your shields, you're effectively taking 45% less damage.
Killing spree.
Delicious. Let us eat voraciously and overindulge.
Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
River, eventually. From suffering, my banquet is born. Or an hors d'oeuvre. Nothing escapes hunger. You have succeeded only
Oh, man. On a scale of ruffling my attire, how much did they succeed?
a depth of flavor is what I covet.
Who would vote no on that poll? What is wrong with you people?
Now we shall gluttonize. True appetite never wanes.
An ally has been slain.
I have tastes that aren't easily pacified. No true hunger can be abated. How droll your attacks are.
An enemy dominating.
An enticing
Enemy
coming
double kill.
prospect.
Huh?
An ally has been slain. An enemy is legendary.
All the world
What is happening to my team?
we all gormandize from time to time. Anything of depth is
An
deceitful.
enemy has been slain.
Even a fat man could dodge that one, Jace.
Misery has a delectable taste. To covet is to starve. Gluttony is impossible.
Even a fat man can dodge that one, Jace.
Their despair is the seasoning.
Your turret has been destroyed.
All creation is born, famished, and starving. Every heart has its own hunger. I refuse to succumb to culinary degradation.
An enemy has been slain.
All shall drown
Your
in
turret has been
Damn, would not play.
At least the rumor of your vanity isn't overrated. The only way is to deny.
Why? I mean,
Savor the misery.
okay.
I am appetite focused. Let us eat voraciously and overindulge. Everyone ends downriver eventually. I demand an entree!
Oh, they're not even chasing.
No match for From suffering, my banquet is born. Another snack.
I think Phase Rush Jax might not be good.
Nothing escapes.
I suspect as much. I don't want to surrender yet. They don't really have any peel for Draven. I think we could get him.
My diet is expansively unique. My constitution is unflappable. A feast awaits.
Has been slain.
Regrettably, I must retire.
If I can get to my item, they're all physical. I don't know. You, I guess. Well, that sucked. That was not good. Yeah, that was not great.
It's not very often we see a crew-based game take to the skies, the seas, or even space period. And when these games do come, they usually capture people's imaginations. That's what made Guns of Icarus Online so unique, being a multiplayer steampunk first-person shooter set in the skies, where you and a crew of other players would captain, repair, and operate a gunship, attempt to fight other gunships, and utilize a variety of gunships' weapons, tools, and most important of all, communication at your disposal to do such. Created by indie NYC video game company Muse Games and originally crowdfunded humbly on Kickstarter, Guns of Icarus Online had extensive pre-launch coverage and hype, and all signs publicly were pointing towards a sort of revitalization of the cruise ship market, or perhaps even the birth of a new one. With the success and launch of more recent titles such as Sea of Thieves and Last Oasis, and the possible launch of a behemoth capable of cruise ship space battle itself, Star Citizen, crew-based gameplay isn't going anywhere anytime soon. It's a personal favorite of mine, I might add as well, but not every title has had the same height or continued level of success, or hype, as the aforementioned titles. Sadly enough, Guns of Icarus Online, which launched on Steam October 2012, never managed to garner a large enough audience to have the same impact as other prominent titles in the market. Although Guns of Icarus Online had its success, it was quickly passed up for other titles in the space. This was even after Muse Games launched a PvE co-op expansion to the game, dubbed Alliance, that more spectacularly failed to match expectations and garner much of an audience at all. What went wrong with Guns of Icarus Online and its subsequent expansion Alliance? Why were they ultimately unable to garner a large audience despite significant effort? On this episode of Death of a Game, detectives, grab a wrench, and let's take to the skies as we attempt to diagnose this dying multiplayer steampunk cruise shooter's largest contributing factor.
Not that I wanted to play this, I totally forgot that this even existed.
This episode of Death of a Game is sponsored by Ridge Wallet.
Oh my god.
That's ridge.com/nerdslayer and use code NERDSLAYER, link in description. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode of Death of a Game, sponsored by Ridge Wallet. The story starts in the Big Apple. NYC is an expensive place to start video game development, but it has no shortage of talent. Muse Games would launch their first title, a browser game, Guns of Icarus, later also known as Flight of Icarus, and then Guns of Icarus Classic in 2010. GameSpot wasn't very impressed with the title, giving it a 4 out of 10. They dubbed the title insanely overpriced at $8 on their website and $10 on Steam. But more damaging, they stated that the game wasn't very fun alone and had shallow gameplay that didn't evolve. At the core, the game was a third-person, basic aviator character-looking model, with poorly stitched-together animations who ran around the ship and attempted to repair it as it took fire from enemy ships. Once you took control of the ship gun, and it became a very turret defense style of game. But still, there was that dangerous word there. Potential. A studio's first title, especially a browser or downloadable simplistic style title, not wowing people isn't really surprising. It's pretty normal actually. But Muse Games' desire to monetize on the other hand was interesting to say the least. It must have been those New York rents. 2010 was a very competitive online space, and players weren't willing to spend $10 on an unproven developer for a hobby-like project. Muse Games went back to the drawing board though, and started putting work into Guns of Icarus Online. Muse Games would showcase the first footage of the new version, now dubbed Guns of Icarus Online, allowing for cooperative cruise ship PvP gameplay. Guns of Icarus would shift to being a first-person title, which I wonder if it had anything to do with those old animations or the potential limitations they saw there. It would make the game feel potentially more immersive, which is usually what a crew-based game kind of tries to focus on. The gameplay footage itself showed clear upgrades and improvements from their previous game attempt, but the footage was still largely teaser style and showed little of true substance. Muse Games was making an ambitious kind of game, one that didn't have an awful lot of competition for the time, but in spite of that, they still had to polish their design to make sure they could survive another launch of the game. Muse Games being an indie developer meant that they were going to need to either partner up with a publisher for funding or rely on possible investment, or potentially
Are you actually playing today?
The Kickstarter for Guns of Icarus Online would launch December 23rd, 2011, asking for a mere $10,000 in funding and would smash that with a cool $35,000. The contents of the original Kickstarter pitch are, well, they're kind of interesting and a little bit of a mystery. I say that because, well, I've been told by multiple sources, they used to describe the game originally to be a bit more open-worldly, sort of like an online game, as the name implies. This, however, would quickly shift towards the game being more of a cooperative lobby-style shooter of a game, which is a large personal reason I didn't jump in on the Kickstarter or its early launch. Some people kind of expected, like myself, Guns of Icarus Online, based on their initial pitch and kind of the name, to be more close to an MMO. Instead, Guns of Icarus Online was set to be a lobby-based shooter set in the air, equipped with large steampunk gunships, and tasked with eliminating the enemy gunship as a crew, but at the core, just a lobby shooter. The core of the game, as described on Kickstarter, was about 3 main roles: a captain role, a gunner role, and an engineering role. The captain would lead the ship, the gunner would shoot enemies out of the sky, and finally the engineer would tinker and repair things. You could choose amongst 6 different airships at launch that all had distinctive visual designs and deck layouts. The captain would then customize the loadouts for different gun stations, such as harpoons, flamethrowers, and machine guns. This gameplay shifts from being this open-world crew gunship experience to more of just a straight gunship shooter. This meant that the actual gameplay mechanics for combat and ship interaction kind of had to be lights out, because that was effectively all there was to do in the game. With a successful Kickstarter and sufficient interest garnered to attract a player base, Muse Games was positioning to make Guns of Icarus Online their flagship title. The main kicker would be that the fact that the game was multiplayer PvP only, and that could prove to be problematic later on.
Oh. They banned AATROX again, huh?
Muse Games would host the first closed beta for Guns of
Not
Icarus
much I can do
Online
about
April
that
10th,
one.
2012, allowing players for the first time to test the game before it was set to launch later that year. Muse Games even made a trip out to PAX East, getting valuable player and industry feedback for their soon-to-launch multiplayer title. There might be some hurdles for Muse Games to overcome as a fledgling game developer, but the good news was that people were showing interest. There was indeed a market. Guns of Icarus Online would launch on Steam October 29, 2012, to a very successful 91% positive review score out of 8,200 players, with a population peaking at 1,300 players.
Well, I guess I lose.
Aggregate review website Metacritic. Guns of Icarus Online would score a more humbling 64 out of 100 there, while the audience would rate it a 7.8 out of 10. IGN, who covered the game, was more positive than most critics, giving the game a 7.3 out of 10, stating that in essence, Guns of Icarus is almost the airship battling game we always dreamed of, but bugs and limitations disrupt the fun. IGN was quick to acknowledge the interesting niche that Guns of Icarus Online was attempting, and the overwhelming enjoyment and desire for such a crew-based shooter title, but dubbed the project more close to a work in progress than an actual finished game. With a poor tutorial, it was difficult for players to ascertain what to do when not playing the gunner role, which, as the name implied, was rather simplistic and straightforward. In an always online crew-based game, 1 let alone 3 players running around without an idea of what to do is a total nightmare. A total chicken with its head cut off scenario. It's already difficult to play a game that is completely based on cooperation, and
I can dig it. I understand what he's saying. Why is this a game that launches? None of the other games launch, but this one does. Cool.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Enemy team is a cancer comp? Really? What gave that away?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Ready for battle.
Isn't Riven more ban-worthy than Fiora in this meta? No. I don't know. Do we have to do this every day? Do we have to do the... shouldn't you ban that instead of Fiora? Do we have to do that every day? Can I have one day off, guys? Can I have a day where we just go, you know what, Hashinshin, you're right. You are good at banning. Do your thing, buddy.
It's on.
You thought she was? What would have given you that idea? Because just, you know, being me, for example, I ban Fiora literally every game. So, not really sure where that idea could come from.
Surprise! I'm back. Bring it on.
That's what you get for going your stun second, dumbass. Damn it.
Ready for battle.
The good old when you walk back to lane and your lane has been dying under turret the entire time and is still there, and you're thinking to yourself, I just missed how much CS? Something tells me that was a bit of an overly ambitious Tristana play.
Let me at 'em. Let me at 'em.
Okay. Remember when junglers had to jungle? Asking for a friend.
Let me blast. Bring it on.
Channel players are always overly ambitious. Right. Opposing minion wave, both of them not even under half health. Support that's already used every ability. You don't have ignite, they have heal. Tristana players, it's showtime.
Ready for battle. Bring it on.
An enemy has been slain.
It's on.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
It's one of Jax's hardest matchups. It's basically impossible to win. And he even went bone plating, which makes it even more and more impossible. Because Jax can't fight through bone plating.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Shut down.
Who's next? It's on. Surprise! I'm back. Let me at 'em. Ready for battle.
Here's wants to go for it.
Has been slain.
Let me at 'em. Ready for battle.
An enemy has been slain.
Bring it on. It's on.
Cannot go unpunished. Have been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Woot. Is it still a thing? Do we still say woot? Oh, you have to dunk on Riven? She's so cute. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Rika's vlogs.
Surprise! I'm back. It's on.
Do, 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 do.
Who's next? Let me at 'em.
Shut down.
Do, 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 do.
Surprise!
Damn, that 10 health nerf on her shield really did it.
The time to talk is over. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. You have been
Yep. Yep. Yep.
It's on.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Surprise! I'm back. Bring it on.
Eh.
Let me at 'em.
Someone got a little bit antsy in their pantsy.
It's on.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. You have slain an enemy.
Okay.
Shut down.
Bring it on.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Let me.
You literally ran out of mana? Yeah, I did notice that
An enemy has
myself.
been slain.
Hash, why do you always rush Blade of the Rune King on Jax? Oh.
Ready for battle.
Wow, they surrendered.
A summoner
Huh.
has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
Why is Sunfire recommended on Jax? Because you motherfuckers kept spamming the fuck out of it until it finally got recommended. That's why. Stop. Just stop and it wouldn't be recommended anymore. But you guys just keep fucking doing it. Guys, the recommended item system only works based on what you, as a player, are doing. Like as a community, let's put it that way. You as a community, that's what it's going off of, all right? And so what's happening as a community, the dumbass low rankers are still spamming so much Sunfire Jacks that it's getting just enough to actually show up under his recommended items.
Piloting a giant ship, all the while some potentially overzealous or excited captain barked orders at you, and you're taking fire from enemy ships. Now that's a bit of the charm of such games, after all. The crazy hectic, nail-biting suspense-filled exchanges that required that much focus and communication to accomplish a goal. As much as crew-based games can be a recipe for fun though, as you can kind of see, they can be one for disaster too. Once you actually did learn how the game worked in Guns of Icarus Online and how each of the classes work, you quickly realized a core fundamental issue with the game. Each of the three roles, Captain, Gunner, and Engineer, were ultimately not very deep. Depth isn't required for fun ultimately, but for an always online crew-based cooperative multiplayer game, sooner or later people are going to grow bored of such simplistic roles. The most common complaint with Guns of Icarus Online is actually the roles. Many players felt that the captain took too much knowledge or skill to be desired by new players or even moderate players. A bad captain meant that your ship was going to remain grounded, but more importantly, a captain was intimidating to play in a random matchmaking setting because it meant that you could have 3 players teaming up on hating you, and no one wants that. Players felt that the most damaging thing though was the engineering role, which your ship often required 2 of them, because it was one of the most boring roles. The role itself consisted of running from asset to asset, repairing them from taking damage with your hammer. In a nutshell, that's it. Sure, in a competitive multiplayer environment, it's a lot more complicated than that, but at the core, the essence of playing Engineer in Guns of Icarus Online was banging your hammer on things until they repaired. This resulted in players leaving when they got this role in matchmaking, which created an even bigger issue with balanced matchmaking, and sometimes lobbies even struggled to start in the first place. Guns of Icarus Online was doing well after its launch, but the cracks were already beginning to show early on, both in design and the new player experience. Still, as with most promising indie titles that have less than perfect launches but show promise or potential, fans of Guns of Icarus Online were confident that the developers would be able to create new content to keep players interested and fix current issues regarding performance and the design of the game. Anytime you're asking a developer to fix core issues of game design though, I personally think it's a bit of a losing battle, especially an indie developer. It's much easier to add a new ship or map to the game than it is to fix core design issues. The engine was limited ultimately, as was the gameplay. And Muse Games, no matter how much content they pumped into the game, wasn't very likely to be able to impress new players enough or keep current players impressed for long enough. Being a crew-based game meant that Guns of Icarus Online was incredibly reliant on a player base to keep the game running. What Guns of Icarus Online was severely lacking, which could help break up monotony and the oftentimes insanity of just queuing for random matchmaking, was a single-player or cooperative AI mode. Although
I mean, the real problem with games like that, on a fundamental issue, and I've played a lot of them over the years, okay? So, I think the fundamental issue is that, and other games have fixed this, is that when you have these sorts of things of like, you shoot, you repair, you shoot, you repair. What you gotta do is make it so the shooting doesn't actually happen too often. And a lot of games basically go to pirate ship wars for this. You load a cannon, but the loading of the cannon can take like 10, 20 seconds. So that you load a cannon, you shoot, let's say a third of them hit, right? You don't have a system wherein there's a dude who has to sit there hitting his hammer as another dude sits there shooting, and if there's a dude shooting and a dude's hammering and a dude's shooting and a dude's hammering, and that's the game. You need to make it more about actually having ups and downs of combat, so to speak. But obviously, I think the captain issue, I don't think that one will ever get fixed because, well, one player has to be the captain.
Selling well and has historically sold well at between 2 to 5 million copies. The issue was that the player base wasn't there. Sure, people were willing to actually pay the low price of entry to buy the game and play it for a bit, which ranged between $5 to $10. A very low and fair price for a video game in general, but especially the quality of Guns of Icarus Online. That's how the game managed to be so positively reviewed, even when the game had clear issues and a small concurrent audience. It's sort of this price tag versus expectation sort of thing. That wasn't helping Muse Games, though, who needed a healthy population where they're always...
Yeah, Blackwake was really good at that.
2013 would prove to be a successful year for Guns of Icarus Online. As it gained in population overall, the peak and average player amounts kept rapidly changing, but the numbers were ultimately rather humble at under 3,000 players peak. Guns of Icarus Online would introduce more maps, airships, and customization options meant to break up more of the repetition of the game, but they seem to be aware of the aforementioned issues regarding lack of PvE content. Coming as a surprise to the players, Muse Games would announce yet another Kickstarter, this time for a PvE adventure mode component for Guns of Icarus Online dubbed Alliance. This expansion was set to solve not only the lack of PvE in Guns of Icarus, but also the overall limited lobby nature of the game. According to the original pitch, Alliance would add missions that are generated by towns and factions who operate them. Some would be typical fighting missions, while others would range from trading to raiding missions. Launched on March 22nd, 2013, the
bet it just ends up being
ask for a goal of 100,000 this time, and eclipse that goal with nearly
a fighting
double 198,000.
That's what it does, right?
Meanwhile, Guns of Icarus Online would continue to chug on, but at a pace that wouldn't be making any gains in population for long, and ultimately by the end of 2014, the average concurrent player base had dropped, while peak numbers were higher, which kind of implies a sale or some sort of free playtime. Alliance was set to launch in 2014 originally, but that launch didn't come. Instead, they had a rather uneventful year, likely in an effort to focus on their upcoming expansion that was already behind schedule. To start things off in 2015, Muse Games was changing their design on things such as the capture point mechanic featured in the game and more. This goes back to my previous point of launching a less than complete project due to limitations as an indie developer with limited resources. It felt like they didn't have the time or the energy to devote to fixing their core design when they needed more content and, simply speaking, more to do. Although launch wouldn't come in 2015 either for the Alliance expansion, the alpha testing was opened up as the price of the game was now set at $10. 2015, however, would prove to be the first year in record that the concurrent population according to Steam charts for Guns of Icarus Online would drop and not uptrend the ending year. 2016 would be a year where, although Guns of Icarus Online would open up their alpha of Alliance to the public in August, all the while they were now prepping for their new launch date sometime in 2017. At this point though, who was really paying attention? With the population data in 2016 as poor as it's ever been for the title, most fans who originally backed the expected expansion probably had either moved on, took their losses, or had had their hype subsided. At this point, it was 2 years after the promised launch, and 4 years after the launch of the original game. As the launch date moved further and further, the scope of the original Kickstarter for the expansion shrunk more and more.
I'm curious why you would go Gwen
verbiage and such in the Kickstarter post.
into
This
Jax.
is mentioned if you read the comments on the Kickstarter itself. Muse Games was gambling on the potential success of their third iteration of Guns of Icarus in a newly updated engine. Delayed launch or not, they had no choice but to launch the game. Otherwise, it surely meant the death of Guns of Icarus Online.
So I don't understand why would you ban AATROX if you're gonna pick Gwen? Right? I don't get it. Are we really doing AATROX? Okay. The reason AATROX's revive got removed was because it made him extraordinarily broken in pro play. To keep your guys' expectations here. Okay. The problem with AATROX's revive is that in a pro play centric game, reviving taking 3 seconds means 3 seconds of having to stand next to someone and watch them die and then come back. And in a team fight, that became extraordinarily overpowered. The problem is that you don't want a character who is extraordinarily overpowered in a team fight. That was pretty dumb. I don't know. Like, anyone who thinks it's coming back, it's not coming back. Let's be blunt. Let's be super fucking blunt. Riot is not turning around and being like, wow, that mechanic that was really shitty for the game, that kind of broke the game, that mechanic that kind of did really bad things to our balance, let's bring it back. I'm confused. Is he queuing Udyr top? Of all champions, does Udyr really have issues with AATROX? Like, of every champion, he can't deal with AATROX?
The pact is made. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
It's especially dumb when you think about it, because if AATROX got Guardian Angel, like all the pros would go Guardian Angel second or third on him all the time, right? Then the problem became that he would die, revive, and he would end up out-tanking any champion in the game, period.
Minions have spawned.
That's generally, once again, not a good idea. You generally don't want one champion that's not even a tank being the best tank in the game. Poor decision making right there. Not great. Not great.
I'm back.
Let's put it that way. Not great.
Ready for battle.
Does he beat me in an all-in? I don't know enough about this matchup. Also, I don't know anything about this match. Shit, okay, think back. What would Season 2 Hashinshin do? Probably run Ignite Ghost. Shit, I don't have Ignite Ghost.
It's on.
Wow, I used Ignite and he had to trade Ghost for it? Or sorry, Flash for it?
Let me at him.
Who could have seen that one coming? Right? Games be like, no, Hashinshin, you don't understand. Ignite is needed to keep the lane aggressive. I'm already kind of low, dude. I don't know. You weren't like next to me. I've tried that before.
Bring it on.
The whole helping a jungler who's not quite there thing. Yeah, my eyes are dry. Probably because I was up all night. Then I was playing Humankind. It's eh. It's eh.
I'm back.
Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
It's on.
You have slain an enemy.
Who's next?
Was he trying to do Udyr top, or did like they forget to swap or something? Because I mean, as much as I'll joke, it is not in fact season 2. So, fuck, he's gonna hold this. I can't exactly stay there though.
Ready for battle. Surprise! I'm back. Let me at 'em.
Well, that sucked. Welcome to why lane holding is super fucking lame and bad for the game and should get nerfed. Because it's overpowered. It's way too easy to fucking do. It costs you basically nothing and is extremely powerful. I feel like some people get the wrong idea. It's not like I hate lane holding because it's boring. I think it's actually just an extremely overpowered strategy. And yes, it is boring. Because there's no strategy that beats lane holding. Because the only thing you can do is run up and try to break the lane hold. I guess you could make the argument that, oh, maybe you need to, roam or something, but not every champion can roam, and that's also stupid.
Now it's my turn.
If you nerf lane hold, you buff jungle, which is already busted. No, you fucking don't.
Bring it on. It's on.
In fact, keeping lane hold overpowered is one of the reasons why jungle is so broken. Because if lane holding is dominant, then the only thing that can stop a lane hold is a jungler. But wait, when you lane hold, you're lane holding for a jungler. So you're inevitably turning the lane into, hope I get the jungler. That's not a great spot to have a lane be balanced in. Hope you get the jungler. You can avoid shoving the lane if it won't crash under turret. No, you can't. You have to. Like, the mere act of last hitting will push the wave.
Has been slain.
You can't just like permanently hold the wave, my dude.
Surprise! I'm back. Surprise! I'm back.
Yep.
An ally has been slain.
Let me at 'em.
I would say the biggest issues to top lane being an irrelevant lane are lane holding, and lane holding.
Who's next?
The fact that if you're winning top, the winning strategy is to lane hold, and if you're losing top, the winning strategy is to lane hold. And if you have a jungler, the winning strategy is to lane hold. And if you don't have a jungler, the winning strategy is to lane hold. It means that top lane literally doesn't matter, because no matter what, both top laners are trying to do the same thing. Which, when you think about it, you're really showing how little top lane matters. Yep. Man, he's really experiencing the lameness that is Ignite top, huh? Maybe he can have some new appreciation for how dumb this shit is after this game. Seems like a double standard to say you can't hold but the enemy can, and it's OP when they do. I literally don't understand how you possibly got that from what I said. It's overpowered when everyone does it. Plus, both players can hold, dude. The problem that you're not realizing is that I'm last hitting more than Udyr, which is causing my lane to push, and he's just having the jungler sit top. Like, you think I can't lane hold? What, you think I can't just do this? Like, oh wow, look at me, guys. We're We're doing it. We.
Ready for battle. Now it's my turn.
I'm clearly fast pushing. Yes, clearly.
Bring it on.
Well, I don't know how broken this is. I just killed Udyr. The amount of gold I just got here is practically worth a kill. Once this wave dies, it will be. Yep.
It's on.
Just killed Udyr.
Surprise! I'm back. It's on.
An enemy is unstoppable. Has been destroyed.
That's kind of funny. I think I would have died if I'd completed that teleport, to be honest. No, maybe not. I don't know.
Enemy double kill.
Surprise! I'm back.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Who's next?
Is this a Hullbreaker split angle? No. That item still sucks. Until Hullbreaker actually lets you potentially win a 1v2, it's not a good item.
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Boy, I would have liked if I had someone to jump to at that second. Boy, that was stupid. Sunder is not killed at all. -5 AD. No. The problem is Sunder is still gonna force you to have to go a healing debuff just to win. So all these champions who don't normally heal who you normally build other items against, they now force you to build a healing debuff against because of Divine Sunderer. Wukong, Jax, Camille. Now you can say, oh, but in the past, in last season, Hashinshin, in last season, but the thing was, in last season, they comboed a keystone and 2 items to heal. In this season, by first item, if you don't have a healing debuff, you can't do damage.
It's on.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
So I'd like to note I auto-attacked him while in mid-leap strike. I just feel like that needs to be mentioned. Yeah.
Bring it on.
How much do you think it healed? 611. Wow. That'd be good for a mid to late game gore drinker.
Ready.
In a pack of enemies with Revitalize. I kind of enjoy what they did with Fleet Footwork, yeah.
It's on.
Will it be viable? I don't know. But at the very least, it's a good change.
Ace.
That's a 5-man death balling. I think they nerfed Fleet Footwork's healing, which barely mattered anyway, and buffed its damage. You're right, they did buff the damage on Fleet Footwork. I think they probably went a little bit overboard, yeah, with how much they nerfed it on minions. They'll probably tone it back a little bit. It'll probably be like 20% for range and like 40% for melee. Or they could launch it as is and it'll just be shit. I don't know.
Surprise! I'm back. Who's next?
Down. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
I can't. Oh, he surrendered.
A summoner
Okay.
has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
Boy, solo queue just gets more fun every day, man. Oh god, this is just so enjoyable. I'm gonna go make a sandwich. You guys can enjoy the rest of this video.
Alliance would finally launch March 31st, 2017, to quite a quiet reception. While Alliance was clearly an upgrade in nearly every way compared to the original game, now with PvE content and more cooperative content in general, and well, just more to do, period, the issue was nobody was paying attention to the launch. I mean, Metacritic doesn't even have critical reviews listed for the game, or even player reviews. It seems like no major critics really covered it. Meanwhile, on Steam, the game managed to score an 80% from a mere 500 reviews. According to Steam Spy, Alliance only sold between 100,000 and 200,000 copies total, which is staggeringly low compared to their previous millions. There were a couple reasons why, well, people weren't buying and playing Alliance. And quality, I don't think, was the main reason. In fact, the expansion was an upgrade to Guns of Icarus Online in nearly every conceivable way. It added way more in the ways of persistence, tried to leverage the lobby-based nature over a map like Battlefield did, and upgraded visuals and overall gameplay itself. One of the reasons people weren't buying Alliance was, it was 3 to 4 times more expensive than the original game. The early buy-in price for the game was $20, and on Steam the launch had the price at $15. The second reason, and it's even more obvious, is how long it took for the expansion to come out. In 2017, the expansion was technically 3 years later than it was supposed to be. On top of that, Guns of Icarus as a game and concept have been around for already 5 years by that point. They weren't the only player in town now, with other early rumblings and announcements of Sea of Thieves, another crew-based title, this time, as the name implies, set in the sea and backed by the powerful Microsoft. To sum it up, Guns of Icarus Alliance and its rather immediate failures to garner an audience, although the expansion was a much-needed upgrade, it was still not enough progress to match the expectations players and the market in general had of the title at the time. Guns of Icarus Online after the launch of the expansion was losing population, and the numbers were the lowest they had ever been. This is sort of to be expected because Muse Games took a risk. They figured enough of their original or new audience would purchase the new expansion to warrant the price and development focus, only it didn't work out that way. And now their original title was floundering more because of it. And for what? These population numbers? They're even worse than Guns of Icarus. Although Alliance had a cooperative component to it, the online component of the game was even more population reliant than the previous game. Straight out of the gate, Alliance was already dead in the water, and it had an AI component so it could be played with your friends, and still less people were playing that than the original game. Meanwhile, 2018 would see the launch and success of Sea of Thieves, which continues to this day to be a powerhouse of a title. The next play by Muse Games won't surprise veterans of this series, but it might have surprised players of the game itself. Muse Games would be bringing Guns of Icarus Alliance to PS4 as announced on March 29th, 2018. The playbook here says that Muse Games recognized their PC efforts weren't paying off anymore, and frankly speaking, their title was perfect for consoles and perhaps would have been better suited there originally. But anytime you have to port a PC title to a console, there's going to be complications and time/resources devoted to doing such. Resources that perhaps could have been better suited focusing on their PC effort. Nonetheless, Alliance would launch on PS4 May 1st, 2018. On aggregate review website Metacritic, the title would score a 67 out of 100 from 9 critics. Sales numbers and population data aren't shared for the PS4 port, but usually when you do particularly well, you kind of show it off, right? Muse Games, almost attempting to make up for old times, would be rather active in 2018, putting out at least 2 major updates on top of their PS4 launch for Alliance. These updates would add new PvE maps, a new mode Team Brawl, new ships, and some faction-specific balancing and costumes. The population didn't seem to move much at all following the updates, unfortunately, though. 2019 would bring more updates and Steam sales meant to bring back players to the game as well as new players to the game, adding another new map and a new game mode Sunken Base Defense and some more customization options. It was seeming, however, by 2019, the past 2 years had been 2 years of basically just 2 updates each year, and slim pickings elsewise. This could be attributed to the difficulty of updating the game.
I'll probably dodge this and be done.
Or the fact that Muse Games wasn't banking on Guns of Icarus as a franchise anymore. They had begun working on other titles behind the scenes, such as Hamsterdam, a mobile PC brawler which launched in 2019,
okay,
and
I'll just
a
dodge.
firefighter simulator game, which launched later in 2020. By the end of
Yeah, not much to be done about that one. Oh well, I think I'm gonna be done for today. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for subscribing. Thank you all for being here. I will be back tomorrow with some more League of Legends fun. Woo! And yep. So just make sure to subscribe, make sure to like, and bye-bye. That's about it. That's about it. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Hopefully tomorrow, I'll try to be on at a more usual time tomorrow. My sleep schedule's been fucking terrible, and every time I try to fix it, it just somehow gets worse. Yeah. So thank you for being here. Appreciate you all. Love you, everybody. Bye-bye.